Good evening. On an evening that I don't usually stream. But Yo Jack, Yo Cloud, and Yo Nim, thank you very much for the 27-month resub. Yo Tomorrow, how you doing? Morning to you too. Button, hi. I don't usually stream on a day like this, but work's been kind of quiet today, so I feel like I can get away with this. I need to move my camera over at some point because I'm kind of like off to this side a little bit. But if I try and sit in the middle, I end up just kind of sliding off. This floor, I've said before, like the floor slopes down that way a little bit. And getting larger casters for my chair was not a good idea. I'm overthinking it. I don't know, but like I set this up with the symmetrical background with the same like even space, and it's always just a little bit off, and it irks me. It really doesn't matter, but I'm gonna nitpick my own stream. Thank you very much. Cal is apparently still playing Burnout. I don't know why. Right, I've brushed up on the routes for the 2 stunt runs that I was failing at last time, but we'll see if this goes any better. Yeah, something needs to go on that wall, but I don't know what.
Take the battle all over the city and beat the target to receive a mark on your license.
All right, decent start. Oh yeah, Nim, something that I've only noticed the other day playing this, but during a lot of these scenes, if you press the B button, you get the loading circle in the top left. I'm just pressing it every now and then, and it keeps showing up. I've never noticed that before if it does it all the time. Press B to load. You've noticed it on the result screens? It seems to happen like anytime there's an overlay.
Congratulations. That win was all
Yeah, I've got the read-only save file now. Probably to do with that.
All your wins have been cleared off the map, so you can beat an event again and add that win to your new license. Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Hunter Mesquite has been delivered.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but it's also nice to not have to go and like fiddle with the files.
This is a road rage.
Yo, Ragey, how you doing?
All over paradise. Beat the
Constantly
takedown
trigger
before
loading.
time runs out or your car is totaled to receive a mark on your license.
Nice, I got a double. Am I an invisible box kind of trigger or a logic trigger?
The Nakamura SI7 is now
Well, originally it was based on the in-level like physical triggers that you hit. So the former. Oh, come on. I knew it was going to put me back up here. My God. There we go.
Ready to race? You are here. Race south to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Yes, I'm also doing the extra stream today because ESA submissions close at the end of next week. I want to make sure I've got a decent recording in that I can submit with. That's the driving you know and remember. I lost like 20 seconds from that. No clue what that could be. You should race this with me. That could be kind of cool.
Stunt run? Use boost and drifts to combo together the most outrageous jumps, rolls, and spins to beat the target score inside the time limit.
I'll do it 3 hours ago. I was a little late on the handbrake there.
The Hunter Vegas is now cruising around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
I've already done it tomorrow.
Get ready to be the marked man. You are here. Head north to the country club, but avoid the other drivers out to get you. If you survive, you'll get a mark on your license.
Everything. Oh, he turned me around again. I don't want to exercise. Yeah, what's all this about running and marathons?
This is a stunt run. Drift and boost between jumps, rolls, and spins to get the highest score you can in the time limit.
Almost forgot. Yeah, never drive while I'm on the road. Yeah, muscle memory's a bitch. Oh yeah, my PB I spawned up on the top of the construction on one of the times that I crash here.
The Krieger Pioneer is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. This is a race. You are here. Race southeast to the Waterfront Plaza.
Great. Ooh, what game's coming out?
Ready for a stunt run? Find the best stunt locations in the city, then boost and drift between jumps, rolls, and spins to beat the target score in the time limit.
Dark Souls, but with guns. Sounds like fun. Hello, Cal. How you doing? Really? Whatever. Being chased by about 50 zombies? I'm sure you'll be fine. It sounds like me playing Left 4 Dead.
Upgraded to Class C. Nice work, but don't think advancing to the Class B will be so easy. The event map has been cleared. The way forward is up to you. Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Nakamura Ikusa GT
They want
has
really
been delivered
aggressive
to your
hugs.
junkyard.
Better give them what they want. I knew I went too close to this. Oh boy, I made that squash very strong. Oh. A little too strong. Alright, I'll have a look later. Days Gone. Cloud.
Ready to race? You are here. Race south to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
I've been thinking, like, if I'm playing through Days Gone, I might record it, but with no commentary or anything, just do, like, a recording, however long it takes, and then just upload it unlisted to YouTube as, like, if anyone just wants to watch it. Yo, how's it? How you doing? I will try I'm going to end up burning out multiple times. 50 hour of it. Not all as one video. So I can collate a couple of sessions together if I only get time for like half an hour or an hour or something every now and then.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Does YouTube even allow for videos that long?
This is a stunt run.
I mean, the max upload file size is 128 gigabytes.
Target score in the time limit to win.
Which has already been a concern for my Elite license runs. Yeah, I thought 12 hours was the limit. Set up Soma for learning any %? Hell yeah. Best of luck.
Get ready to be the marked man. You are here. Head north to the country club, but avoid the other drivers out to get you.
I think Cake or SJ will be the best people to ask if there's any strats that have changed from my tutorial. I know I've not done a particularly good job keeping the description up to date with the changes. Good job, buddy. Yeah, apparently it happens with that cone sometimes. Forgot to turn around. Yeah, we should play something other than Phasmo at some point. I mean, I did say there was that demonologist that looked kind of interesting, but that means all buying it, and it's basically the same game. It's like Phasmo, but a bit more matured. Thematically, curveball, not hang 10. What's up, SI7?
Get ready to race. You are here. Race southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Yeah, I'd be down for playing other things. I just never know what. Phasmo was always just our simple thing that we could just drop in into and play. See what games I've got. I have plenty. Never play them. That time loss was entirely my fault.
The Hunter Reliable Custom is now cruising around Paradise City. If you see it,
Ah, yes,
shut it down
homing
to add it to your
briefcase.
car collection.
I mean, that is Hitman.
This is a race. You are here. Race northwest to the country club.
That was a fantastic bug, though. Just constant over and understeer there.
Stunt run. Combo together the most outrageous jumps, rolls, spins, and drifts to beat the target score in the time limit.
Sick. Never mind. Terraria I never ever got into. I don't know what my playtime is on it, but it just... I don't know, I thought I'd enjoy it because I liked Minecraft at the time that I got it. I never got into it. It was just way too fiddly. I don't know if I actually needed to use that ramp at the end, but yeah. I think I was already at 40k. I could have just crashed next to it. My math skills let me down. And it wasn't 2D Minecraft? No. I thought I could just scrape past that. Yeah, it's the first time I've actually been on that ramp. Just for some reason my math skills let me down. So I thought I needed some extra points, so I went for it. And then in true Burnout fashion, got way too many points. Never get into Minecraft. Yeah, I could see that for a lot of people. I got into Minecraft when it was like first getting started. It was a lot easier to get into it back then. There was just so much less to the game that you could actually wrap your head around everything. If I try getting back into it now, there's too much stuff now.
If you see it, shut it down to
Like so many mechanics that I just... Nah.
rage. Battle across town against the other drivers. Beat the takedown target before time runs out.
Definitely preferred Minecraft
To receive a mark on
online,
your
though.
license.
The fuck is the Hydra's custom doing? Just kind of gently nuzzling a wall. Cool. I thought I was going into that car then. I'd kind of be tempted if I was going to get into Minecraft again, go back and use the launcher to use an old version of the game, and then upgrade the versions over time. So you don't even have to ignore it, it's just not there. I'll let the ads end.
Race northeast to the waterfront plaza.
I think you're back now. I dipped out of Minecraft as soon as I ended film gaming. Just like mid... Oh, you're back now? Yeah, I dipped out like right when I ended film gaming, so like mid to... some point in 2018. I can't remember if it was mid or late. That's the last time I actually played and was aware of the mechanics at the time. I think it was like 112, 113, maybe 114.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Know where the stunts are around here? Prove it.
Yeah, I played it through alpha and beta mostly. I never really played it much, just single player vanilla Minecraft. I'd always played it as a server. Even when it was in alpha, I immediately took on setting up a server with HMod at the time, which was the multiplayer with plugins mechanics. And ran that for the people I was at college with. I didn't really need the spin off of that ramp. Yeah, I got started with Alpha 1.0.1. I think 1.0.0 didn't have the survival multiplayer.
Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
That's early. Yeah, we got on it right at the start in college. Everyone was playing it. Most of the team that worked on HMod, I think, eventually turned into the team that formed Bucket, which was the main multiplayer mod for like basically all of Minecraft's lifetime. Why am I going this way? I'll just take a double left.
Race southwest to the naval yard.
Oh yeah, the original creative menu was just everything. Took a while before they added search functionality, and then eventually tabs. It wasn't so bad back then because there weren't so many blocks. Could you imagine that now? I think my skin in Minecraft is Simon Jarrett now, the diving suit version. Why I'd want to be Simon in another game, I don't know. I mean, in Soma I have no choice.
Look out for the Hunter Manhattan driving around the streets. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
What was your skin on the server? Was it Cloud or was it Blackjack? I can't remember.
See those combos. It's Stunt Run.
That was a long time ago. You can see the disappointment. Not at all. Yeah, Reggie. Didn't need that last round. Where am I going? Muscle memory again. I am a long way away. Throwing for content. Yeah, it just means next run has time save. Surprised I've only just started losing time though. I'm losing most of it. Why did you give me points right at the end? I should have crashed. I was so preoccupied with getting the points before the end of the bridge that I forgot that I don't use the bridge in this. Don't you trombone-onomatopoeia me.
In this event, you are the marked man. You are here. Escape northeast to the coast guard.
Maliciously compliant.
Drivers chase and you smash up your car. If you get there in one piece, you get a mark on your license.
There's a car there, guys. I mean, if you just look at my DC and B license times, it just looks like I'm reasonably consistent.
But you have some way to go to be one of Burnout's best. Events have been cleared. The Class A
You'll never know
license
that
is
I lost
waiting
like
for you.
50 seconds.
Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Carson Fastback has been delivered to your junkyard.
The folly of subsplits. Ah.
In this event, you are the marked man. You are here. Escape northeast to the Coast Guard HQ before the drivers chase and you smash up your car. If you get there in one piece, you get a mark on your license.
Thanks. Don't emote and drive. Ah, 0.1. Reset. I should set the bot up so that if I swear at all during a run, it hits the reset key. Because I can't do that. Maybe not a good idea in this game.
Chain your stunts together for maximum points. Get going.
When I curse out, the video game ends. 3 minute 23. Or is that 3 hours 23? 3.23 seconds. I don't think I'm supposed to need to go down there, but... oh well. Ooh. Okay, most of that time loss is because in the last run I forgot to switch to the fastback until like halfway through A license.
The Carson and Bennett Grand Marais is now cruising around.
Another part of
Paradise
it's because I
City.
crashed.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat the target score.
Confirmed. Science, TM. Yeah, I'll clean up these splits after a while. Cool.
Get ready to be the marked man. You are here. Head north to the
No
country
car emote
club,
you can make.
but avoid the other drivers out to get you. If you survive, you'll get a mark on your license.
If you have the 7TV extension installed, I have an emote for every single car in this game. Well, main cars. Requires effort. Do you have FFC installed? Because it's like one checkbox to install 7TV through that. If you don't have FFC installed, why the hell not? Screw the toy variants. Thanks for that.
Link those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
Francoface Z. I'm sure someone can spell it out. Close enough, Reggie. But thank you.
Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
Firefox does have it. You might have to get it through the website rather than the Firefox like add-on thing. Tried drifting to get my boost back, but I did get my boost back.
Watch out for the Montgomery Hyperion as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Oh god, there's a website? I mean, most of the internet works in that way.
Race northwest to the country club.
I will not be hushed. Websites. Those are the really old ones where the spiders have been there a long time, right? Yeah, okay, cool. I am technology literate. I need to pop down to the newsagents at some point and pick up some more bookmarks. I'm running out.
Survive the drive southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Well, it only took 2 runs to learn the route that I don't need a map anymore. So I'm happy with that. should still cross the finish line. Yep.
Race west to Lone Stallion Ranch.
I like that they never fixed that you can have enough boost for your boost bar to show that it's like flaming full, but you can't actually use it because it's not actually full. How do you use it? In the top right corner, you'll now get an upside down Frank-a-Z, the dog emote. That's your main menu for it. It should be set up that you can just see most emotes that get used. Yeah, that, but upside down. But one of the options, I don't know where it's buried, but there is an add-ons tab down the left-hand side where you can enable 7TV. With that enabled, your emote menu will now show all of the emotes on this channel, including the external ones. And you should see a big list of cars, which I still haven't set up Stream Deck buttons for.
Stunts are around here? Prove it.
There you go. Oh, come on. I'm 2,000 off.
The Krieger 616 Sport is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Race northeast to the Waterfront Plaza.
There's a few settings in FFZ that you might want to go and turn off, like some of the global emotes. I don't dislike global emotes, I just don't like the fact that some of them are just like regular words spelt normally with like regular capitalization that just show up when you really don't want them to. That's probably one of them. All right, I've almost caught up. I think it was Deep South where I switched car last run.
Jump, drift, boost.
Yeah, Ben,
Let's
how you
see
doing?
those combos. It's stunt run.
Yeah, it's all golds and reds at the moment. It's only the third run on these splits. Ah. That way, please. Welcome to a Rare Tuesday stream. Yo, Ice Rex, how you doing? Trying not to crash into a shipping container. Oh wait, this is the... Wait, no, I am supposed to be up here. What did I... Deep South goes to the Naval Yard. For some reason I thought it was at the Naval Yard. An hour into the latest video. The thumbnail moment from that one is an event. I remember playing Burnout Paradise years ago. It's a game that sticks out for a lot of people. It's such a shame that the franchise kind of just died after this game. It's an absolute classic. It's not everyone's favorite Burnout game, but it was such a solid game. Tuesday Scream's fucking with me. Scream? Stream. Tuesday Scream! Most people have negative opinions, seem to be Burnout fans. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's got their spots where they remember the most. The Quarry's a pretty common one.
Survive the drive northeast to the
Oh, I'm
Coast
ahead
Guard
again.
HQ.
Cool. Do you mind? Okay, I thought they were going to land on me for a sec. No, my guardrails fell off. I love it when they just kind of peek in from the corner and then instantly smash into something. that isn't me. Yeah, I think when I played online, I probably usually use like the Hawker or the GT Concept.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Just fast but nimble cars that can flip like crazy. And then just take it anywhere with a big ramp. The quarry or the railway or the dam. Thanks. Of course, it was the 616. The hide-and-seek master. Don't worry about it. Thanks, though.
Race northwest to the country
Could that
club.
be if you've changed to a US bank now? And maybe like the shipping and billing address aren't matching up. I don't know. You haven't? Never mind then. Yeah, I know I said a couple of weeks ago that I was going to be focusing on doing Soma for commentary for ESA. But Nim submitting this game as a race between the two of us to ESA, so I need to brush up and get a submission video done before the deadline. So it's as good a time as any to come back. Right now I'll be happy with a time that's under 2:35 because that's my regular game PB.
Race southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Thanks, Ben, for the 25 months. Thanks, NordVPN. Not a sponsor. I don't know the rules. I should probably declare that. Man of War, so I want to hook left here. Was it after Man of War then that I switched? Like somewhere there is a big amount of time save in this license from when I remember to switch car. I thought it was earlier than this, but I guess not.
Race southwest to the Naval Yard.
I mean, if the VPN sorted it, then maybe it's just IP based. You're bracing for the eventual whoosh whoosh. Not in this category, don't worry. This is specifically the Paradise Cars only one, where we don't use the DLC cars, we just use the original game vehicles. So no Nighthawks. Like, it doesn't matter that much for on stream because you get the music as well, but for anyone watching the VOD back, it's so grating to listen to the Nighthawk for 2 hours.
The Montgomery GT 2400 is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Thanks for not respecting my decision to turn. Cool. Don't say that, they'll be back with a vengeance.
Race one-on-one north to the Country Club.
Oh, there we go. Possible time save, 47 seconds. That should give me a bit of a buffer. Yeah, I mean, there's still some crazier designs, like the Hot Rod, or like, what's the Thunder Custom based off of? Like, the 616 is obviously a BMW. This is obviously like an old Mustang or something. Generic fancy old car. What's the Grand Marais based on? It's too classic looking of a car to not be based on something. Like, you know, you see it in like the old gangster films and things. But what? Hey, a minute ahead. It's all just a buffer for falling down.
Race one-on-one south to the Naval Yard.
I gave you a boost. And you repay me by crashing.
Race east to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about maybe doing speedruns of parts and artifacts just to give it a go. It has already been routed to pretty much the ideal route though. There's not really much flexibility. It's just not a leaderboard for it. I forgot that it actually goes diagonally across that in the other way. Yeah, it's going alright for now, Jag. I lost a minute and then gained a minute back. Figured out a game to get me to try. Oh no, should I be worried?
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
This game you quite enjoy. What games do you even play now? The worst game suggestions. I wouldn't say worst. Just not always my cup of tea. And I don't even drink tea. Not only was that a shark in the shortcut, it was the wrong way in the shortcut. Cup of iron brew. I'm not Scottish. I'm not Arctic. Iron brew's a damn good drink though. I mean, you can probably still get it where you are now, just at a horrendously inflated price, like whenever we try and get American stuff over here.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Like $10 a can. I mean, you're currently dancing around the fact that I still don't know what game you're talking about. You have not said a name.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
I never asked because I thought you were leading up to saying what the name was. Fine, formally. What is the game you are talking about, dear Cloud? Monster Sanctuary. I think I've seen that. Maybe. I might be confusing that with something else. I don't know. I don't think that was up my alley, though, from what I saw. But I might be wrong. Ah. What I remember of it? Absolutely nothing, really. I might be confusing it with Slime Rancher, which is probably a completely different game. Grab the screen of the game and throw it at me. I can't really check it right now, I'm afraid. If you send it on Discord, I might just about be able to check it when I finish this license.
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
If I'm going to try and get this into ESA, though, I really need to work on not swearing at cars so much. Boot the game out. I mean, you can just Google image search a picture. You don't have to go and take a picture of your specific save file. Bring a swear jar. I'd definitely be interested in having a crash jar. If you'd be up for that as well, like every time we crash, like either of us, intentional or not, dudes can stick a coin in the jar. Or something that we can get many of cheap in Sweden. At the end, maybe we go 50-50 on a matching donation. Well, it's kind of unfair then, because if one of us crashes a lot, then the others also. Next junction. Thank you for the driveway, though. Yeah, I could do with a counter command, but I don't have that set up.
Take them down all over town and beat the target without totaling your car or running out of time to receive a mark on your license.
Did it on your own anyway. I think that was a double. It was not. Yeah, it's funny how that happens. Kind of losing time with this drive, though. Beating road rules. Turned around way too early.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
Gift it. Not for ESA. It would just be the number of crashes would be the number of dollars that I donate after the run. Where the hell did I go this way? Longest route possible. And I've probably lost this now. Nice parking though. This ain't good. Oh, I'm fine. Losing time. Oh, for training myself not to.
You are now a Class A driver.
I'll just end up getting really good at finding alternatives.
Driver, you need to show total domination of the roads of paradise. Are you good enough to win the Burnout
Fiddlesticks.
driver's license? Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Rossellini Tempesta has been delivered to your junkyard.
Nope. Restart. Fudger.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
This way. It's funny how doing the same events in a different order throws off your muscle memory for that event, even though the event itself doesn't change. You just kind of lose your place. Yeah, I'll do another run after this, and we'll see if collectively as chat you can keep track of how many times I crash. Get a rough number.
Watch out for the Carson Inferno van as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it,
just to
shut
see
it
how
down to add it to
bankrupt
your
I'll
car
be.
collection.
3 million. Single-handedly, like, over 50% of the donation total. He's ready to get rich? I mean, I'm not paying you. Last I checked, you're not a charity.
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
Come on. Hi. Boop.
Survive the drive northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
Alright, first time doing Burnout License without a map open. Should be okay. In my defense, that's not the map's fault. Good song. It's a shame that Alaska never continued. Come on. This ain't good. Oh, the song before? Oh, right, I get you, I get you. The context straight over the head. I get you now. The point remains, though, it's a shame that Alaska stopped making music.
Race south to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
I want to get the LP version of this, the orange variant, but every time it comes up for sale, it's usually like quite expensive. Need to make more music? Yeah, you stopped sending me what you were working on. No, I can get that.
Chain your stunts together for maximum points. Get going.
Oh, I never switched to the Dream livery either. Well. I'm kind of just making it up as I go now. Whenever I'm next at Coast Guard, yeah. The best kind of routing? None. Yeah, this ain't good though. Really no points for that. Alright, that's all my time gone.
Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat the target score.
I don't get why the flat spin ended up so slow at the beginning, though. Almost did it again. Hey look, that's kind of how this was supposed to go. Smush. It's just that flat spin. That could have been so much better.
Race southwest to Lone Stallion Ranch.
Why is there always a car there now? Runs now, I just have to expect there being a car there. A little bit too sharp. Driveway though. When it comes to counting crashes, do I count driveaways? Yeah, for charity. It's not a particularly good look to be like celebrating not paying. Near misses too. Any scrape of the paintwork.
The Carson Opus is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
not throw in any time I go the wrong way.
Race northeast to the country club.
Every time there's a car on screen. Every time a pixel changes, oh god, I'm playing at 4K. $1 for every yard of oncoming. $40 a frame. 60 FPS. Well, $2,400 a second. Ouch. Cool.
Link those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
Really? Oh, it was going to be $1 a crash. I just wanted to know, like, roughly what I was looking at for total spend. Yeah, that fence was no joke. Sure. I'll accept that flat spin. Goodbye time.
Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
You get the best results flat spinning that one if you really hook it early. You want to be hitting the ramp almost backwards. And it just launches you. When you've already pre-spun that much, it almost never flips you over. Burnout space program.
Race northwest to the country club.
Yeah, so the next time doing an event from the beach is quite a way off from the Coast Guard. Not a crash. The coat guard.
Race west to
Gotta
the
guard
wind
those
farm.
coats pretty well. Oh no. It really did. Ah! Give him a tumbleweed. No, I'm gonna be behind again. Please. Please. Ah, okay. 1 second. I'm holding on. I'm gonna keep losing time though,
Watch out for the
because my
Carson
car is slower.
Highlander as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
It also doesn't help that I ended up further away that time.
Race one-on-one north to the Crystal Summit Observatory.
Is doing mano a mano and torpedo run with a restart warp really that much faster than doing mano a mano into hard fort? So you end up in the same place. distance covered is surely pretty much the same. I never thought I'd be vouching for hard fought. You know what, do I just try it in this run? I'm just going to try it.
Race southeast to the naval yard.
There you go, 0 time save. Both. A little bit slower. Damn it. Well, science has been done. That wasn't the best hard fought, but yeah. And I didn't crash on hard fought, so it works out pretty much the same.
Where the stunts are around here? Prove it.
Yeah, I mean, the time you're eating up by doing the restart warp is time that you don't crash. Nice little spin there. You can't crash while restart warping. I have absolutely no idea what route I'm supposed to be taking for this. This is one I should have looked up, but I forgot. But I'm pretty sure this is not it. At this point, I don't know what I'm doing. Couldn't get any speed. Nice. Infinite airtime. Oh. similar to the route you take in A license. I don't think I take the right route in A license. Didn't need that. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Or red splits, my old friend. And I'm still not in the right livery. Which means at some point I'm going to be wasting a bunch of time switching. He was supposed to put me across the other side.
Survive the drive north to the country club.
It is, but it's still... I'm racing against the split that won't have that time loss. So it's still going to be a detour and some time just gone. Thank you for the clip. Where the hell did he go? The shark on the right just kind of sank out of view. How did I save time with that? Very carefully. That doesn't sound like me. Oop. What's up, Pioneer? I'm glad I made it close enough to that junction.
To the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Of course, with this car being a little bit faster, you miss that junction. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Of course. Crunch.
Keep your eyes open for the
All right, when I get close to the end of Roller Coaster, please shout dream at me, or livery, or something to do with painting the car. Because I'm a moron and I need reminding. It's a lot of words to remember. Just shout remember.
It's stunt run.
Nice. Roller coaster, not deep. I'm in the wrong place. So close. Shush, okay? My excuse is this isn't a normal stream day for me. I'm not in the mindset. It's kind of a last minute thing. Still might be saving time though. Yep. Typical Tuesday brain. There's plenty more to save.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard
Next time.
HQ.
I thought you'd be nodding along to the Egypt Central. Thank you. Remba. It just kind of slowly rolls over. Same truck. Same. Alright, dream paint job. Is it only finish 4 that works, or can you use finish 5 and 6? Because they're also the same, like, graphic.
Chain your stunts together for maximum points. Get going.
Because it'd be quicker to just go left once than right 3 times. Now I can go to coast to coast. Well, thank you for the permission. Yeah, it's basically go faster stripes, but there's no stripes. But unlike go faster stripes, it actually makes you faster. Not a meme. Great. I hate that corner. Fantastic. Not a meme. Crash. That's enough, right? Egypt Central twice in a row. It's not Egypt Central. It's Egypt Central with a different singer.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
So yeah, those two stunt runs were supposed to be like the major time saves of this run. That worked well. Need to check in on Egypt Central actually, because they released that 5-track or whatever self-titled EP not too long ago. I wonder if they've done anything else since. Well, not self-titled. Their original album was self-titled. I just can't remember the name of it. And now for something definitely not Egypt Central. Not again! Been active within a month. Yeah, I went on a bit of a Porter binge not too long ago. A lot of stuff ended up in my playlist.
Watch out for the Katano Toge Sport as you're free-burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Only the deepest and most insightful commentary. This album is what powered most of the early Soma Chaos development. Just listening to this on repeat. This song just hits a bit different when you're also trying to get Akers to T-pose at you. Well, this run's holding on for now. Yeah, I think the EP that they released was just to sort of warm up back up again. I'm just glad they managed to get Captain Jack Sparrow back on board.
Race 1-on-1 south to the naval yard.
Doesn't look like Jack Sparrow anymore. Marks out of 10 then, Cal? Only an 8. Seems kind of low for how much time you've sunk into it.
Race east to the Wildcats
Imperfect, but very, very good. Hey, with you not playing that much gaming-wise recently, if you've sunk that much time into it, it's got to be pretty good. So I'll definitely give it a go soon. Thanks. Could have done without that. Boss. Suddenly boss. I mean, not even new games, Cal. Like, you've not been playing much at all, really. We still need to play more GTFO at some point. We played that like 1 or 2 times and then never played it again. We just always tended to struggle to find 4 players at one time. The game's brutal if you don't have everyone there. I mean, it's brutal if you do, but without is a death sentence. No, GTFO. It's a teamwork shooter. Never got to try it out. I'd say it's worth it so long as you've got the right people with you. Like, you need to work as a unit.
Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat
Hard
the
to believe, I
target.
know. Sometimes we manage. Thanks. When do we try and kill each other? That's not good. Maybe you should pay attention then. Mm-hmm. Ah. 31 seconds down, and I still have falling down to do.
Survive the drive northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
Just clip again. I'm never ever gonna do that again. We had to add a glitchless category. Clipping was like 2 hours into my second run on Sunday. It's the latest clip in my clips channel. Yeah, that's that one. Second latest? Oh, you posted one in there. Yeah, what Nim posted.
The Hunter Takedown 4x4 is now
Game
cruising
broke.
around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
the more
Race
Cell Dweller.
southwest to Lone Stallion
Cell Dweller
Ranch.
either has like is one of those artists that either puts out something that just really, really works for me, or it's just I can't stand it. It's just that type of experimental. Whee! Thing is, if I just clipped through the floor there, I wouldn't have made it to the road. But in clipping, the physics engine kind of gave me a sideways boost at one point. That's the only reason I was able to like continue from that. Add on to that the fact that I actually managed to land on my wheels. I'm never doing that again. It's moments like that, though, are why I'd love to see this game in a marathon, just in case. You never know quite what it's going to throw at you. Intended way. Don't blame me, blame the game. It's not my fault it forgot what physics were. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if it was like a particular quirk of this particular livery of the car. If it goes faster, maybe the physics are different. It always annoys me when people doing like speedrun explanations say there's a hole in the texture. But in this case, maybe they're right. I swear you asked this. Someone asked this on Sunday, Jag. No, I'm not memeing. This livery does make the car go faster. I don't know the backstory behind it, like why it's faster. I don't know how much faster it is by, but it is faster. It's not faster when you try and 4x4 your way over a family sedan, whatever, a station wagon. Clip through the sedan. I'll try that next time. Yeah, devs were lazy is just a really rude way of saying something. And a hole in a texture, that's just not how games work. Yeah, that's what I was thinking on Sunday. Like, I wasn't speaking with authority, but my sort of reasoning was that maybe the liveries were added with the original stats, and then when they changed the car, they forgot to change it for the liveried version. That still doesn't explain why a livery is faster anyway, or why a livery has its own stat set. Well, I wasn't supposed to go down both. Get off the wall! That's a pretty much normal falling down. No, I mean, like, devs who are lazy quite often gets thrown around for things that just, like, no dev would ever even check for because it's, like, so cobbled together knowledge of the engine. It's not even just something being wonky a lot of the time. My God! Please. I swear that was like a first frame takedown. It'd be great if it was a road rage. Now watch me land on a bus. Just to really rub it in. Oh, no bus. Inferno van run. You got to get like halfway through Burnout. Actually, no, it's the first car that you unlock in Burnout license, right? It's like one event after the Tempesta.
You know where the stunts are around here? Prove it.
Yeah, the thing with public testing is you lose all surprise for the game once you've given... I just completely ignored a ramp. Like, there's no more surprise for the game's launch then. Like, people have already seen the game. The slow back up for that. Oh dear. Oh, come on, 200 points. There we go. Hostile waters. Yeah, sounds exciting. Man, 1 minute 40 down.
Survive the drive northeast to the waterfront plaza.
You see those last two words, and survive? I don't know about that. It sounds tricky. That sounds much better. It has Uber in it.
The Carson 500 GT is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
That was not where I was supposed to go. Neither is that. Need to get around that end. Hi. Don't mind me.
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
Yeah, Jimmy. That was indeed not the route. How are you doing? Of course. Got takeaway. Ooh, what'd you get? And can I have some? Don't read chat and drive. Give me your food. Yeah, I'm gonna duck in here for a bit. Buttery sauce with chicken. These are the same buttery sauce but with cheese cubes. Ooh, is that butter chicken and butter paneer? Different to the standard butter chicken? Is it literally just butter?
Race east to the waterfront plaza.
Someone that's never cooked before just has some butter and some paneer and stuck it in a pan. Why didn't it turn? whole class can fight. This is a class now? I didn't realize I was lecturing. Oh my god. Oh, I see. Tell us to throw shit at the wall. Something about sticks. Yeah, this run kind of fell apart at the end. It's not even over. One thing I will say about this route, thank you for getting rid of Stampede.
Race northwest to the country club.
It's kind of weird having to say goodbye to our friend Pete, but it's for the better. It just wasn't working out. Oh, that's literally every run that I do. Yeah, I'll do another run after this, though.
To the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Don't smack me! I said don't smack me! He smacked me. The fuck route have I taken? A bad one. Is what it is. Yeah, most of this run has been freestyle. It's more of a, I feel like doing that. Usually it's not worked well. Alright, final 3 races, and I'm a minute behind starting this one. I swear there wasn't this much traffic last time I played this. Increased traffic update. Yo, Demo? How you doing?
Race northeast to the waterfront plaza.
Welcome to Everything That Could Go Wrong Has Gone Wrong. Hope you're doing well. Right, but that clip was the... I consider that going right because it saved time. I lose time by not clipping. Tried to drive the Tempesta in your last run and rage quit. Yeah. Yeah. It's like that.
Keep your eyes open for the Hunter Racing Oval Champ driving around the streets. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
I'm trying to make the clip consistent. Oh my god. Can you imagine actually trying to root for that? With a setup. Drive and park on this exact spot. Rev your engine 3 times. Flat spin exactly 183.2 degrees.
Get ready for a burning route. You are here. Race southwest to the naval yard. Beat the target time to get a mark.
This game's as optimized as Mario 1. Oh, sure. This game, physics-wise, does whatever the hell it wants, whenever it wants. There are no rules. Boop. Oh my god. Nam, can you make the estimate 245?
Congratulations! You earned your Burnout driver's license and won a new car. But the ride isn't over yet. Complete all events in Paradise City to earn the Burnout Elite driver's license.
Yeah, thank you for the GG. I'll start another run in a sec. Best possible, 225 though. Shaving 5 minutes per run off my summer best. Shame it's not my PB.
The Carson GT concept has been delivered to your junkyard.
All right, so collectively, so it's not reliant on one individual, we'll see how many times I crash during this next run. so I know roughly what damage I'm doing to my wallet if it gets into ESA. 3 million times. Are we starting at 3 million? Is that my handicap? Wouldn't surprise me. I can run a prediction. It'll have to run for the entire run, so I can't do one on like whether the run or PB. Prediction. Start prediction. How many crashes? 0 to 25, 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100, 101 plus. Submission period, half an hour. Crash test dummy. All right. Before actually starting the run, I am going to quickly be right back. But happy voting, and then I'll get started. I return. I'm in the right spot again so I don't roll off down the hill. Why is it tabbed out? All right, Cal is still playing Burnout, apparently. And let's see how badly this one goes.
across town against the other drivers. Beat the takedown target before time runs out or your car is totaled to receive a mark on your license.
Is that even further off to the side now? Time to count.
Ready to road rage? It's a running battle with the other drivers. Take them down all over town.
Demo, was it
Beat the
C or
target
B
without
license that you
totaling
did without
your car or
crashing?
running out of time to receive a mark on your license.
B. I'm lucky to get through D license without crashing. Stop it! 1! Oh my god. Forced crashes after stunts.
Congratulations. That
It's
win was all you
unintentional
needed to upgrade
crashes.
your license to a Class D. All your wins have been
I want
cleared off
less
the map,
points.
so you
I
can
do.
beat an event again and add that win to your
I
new
see that vote
license.
for 4.
Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Hunter Mesquite has been delivered to the junkyard. This is a road rage. Take down other drivers before they total your car or you run out of time. Take the battle all over the city and beat the target to receive a mark on your license.
I mean, stuns worked. 2! Almost 3. $75 in no time. That we are. I see Nim voted for 2. He's probably already sweating.
If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
I should have run this at the end of the last run, so that the votes were already in for this one. Because I might hit 25 before the end of the countdown. I thought that black car was going to take me down. I'm just worried of every car
Ready
now.
to race? You are here. Race south to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Yeah, no one had that much confidence in me. It could happen. It won't, but technically it could. Well, that worked in my favor.
stunt run, use boost and drifts to combo together.
Deserve it for being stupid.
Jumps, rolls, and spins to beat the target score inside the time limit.
Boop. I'm still at 2, right?
The Hunter Vegas is now cruising around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
So I jokingly said that it was almost 3 at one point, and that threw me off. So I keep remembering saying 3.
You are here. Head north to the country club, but avoid the other drivers out to get you. If you survive, you'll get a mark on your license.
I genuinely had a meltdown the other day trying to remember if I was 31 or 32. I'm pretty sure I'm 31. Jamie, how old are you in like 2 weeks? Well, how old are you now, actually? Sorry. I'm the same age. Yeah, you're 32 in 2 weeks. I'm 32 in like 6 weeks. Actually, no, 4 weeks. Today. One month today. $25 in 4 weeks. You youngin'.
Between jumps, rolls, and spins to get the highest score you can in the time limit.
In celebration, I should crash more. Come over here and make me. I went the wrong way. I can't get out of this muscle memory of turning right here. Hi, dark blue name I can't read, I'm sorry. I've got a bright light in my face. Gamer 2K something? Intentional crash, this doesn't count. 2K4? 2K4, okay. I tried squinting at it and then noticed that you'd already put it in chat. Thank you. So hi, welcome. Let's count it 1. If we were counting that, it'd be 3 then.
The Krieger Pioneer is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Glasses required.
This is a race. You are here. Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
Man, I could probably rock a monocle. You know what? Let's count the unintentional. Count the intentional ones. We're at 3. In the spirit of charity, a crash is a crash. 4 then? Oh, at the end of Elevation. You the oldest? Probably. to go over the thresholds. I'm pretty sure we crash for stunt runs at least like almost 25 times in the run.
Ready for a stunt run? Find the best stunt
Later on,
locations
when
in
the
city.
countdown at the end is faster for your like score timing out, we don't crash as
Score
much.
in the time limit.
Wait. That's just counting the end of elevation. That's not counting... Actually, no, that is counting the time I end elevation by jumping into the water. Never mind. We good. We good. We're on 4. I was going to say, if we've lost count at 4... 5. Gotta get your sleepies. Alright, don't let me get in the way of your sleepies.
Your license has been upgraded to Class C. Nice work, but don't think advancing to the Class B will be so easy.
Yeah, that's
The event
5.
map has been cleared. The way forward is up to you. Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Nakamura Ikusa GT
2
has
normal
been delivered
ones
to your
and
junkyard.
3 stunt run ends. You have work to do and you're procrastinating? Well, thank you for choosing to procrastinate with my stream. I'm gonna get a Discord ping every time I crash. You think 27?
Ready to race? You are here. Race south to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Physically, I'm 31. I feel like I'm like 80.
Keep your eyes open for the Katano Hydrus custom driving around the streets. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
I'll need to see this when I'm done with the run. Niam, would you mind dropping that in DM to me? Or demo? Either of you is fine. Demo's on it. Thank you. Six. Set up for that and missed? What, the flat spin?
Marked man. Head north to the country club, but avoid the other drivers out to get you.
Surprisingly, I've only missed it in the
Get a
Tempesta.
mark on your license.
Brakes are too strong. Oh, right. Any ETA and when you'll be subjected to Soma Chaos? When it's closer to being done. A long way off.
Get ready to race. You are here. Race southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
May even be in the new house. Ooh. You actually got a date for when you'd be moving in? Massive asterisk.
The Hunter Reliable Custom is now cruising around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. This is a race. You are here. Race northwest to the country club.
Hang 10 after this. Hey, that went well with the music. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll have no idea what I'm talking about. It is indeed magic. No, you're right. They won't see when you're shit talking them in chat. You hear that, YouTube?
Stunt run. Combo together the most outrageous jumps, rolls, spins, and drifts to beat
I don't
the
think they
target
know.
score in the time limit.
is indeed 7. Now this is a Josh chat. I should start doing Burnout Paradise bingo runs. Wrong way. I would be down for doing Burnout Paradise bingo, I just can't think of what the goals would be. $400 smash gates is an instant reset. So, if this run does get into ESA, how best to keep route notes? So we're not going to have live split open. Or do we just print it out?
The Watson R-Turbo Roadster is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Yeah, I mean, could probably install live split. The problem with having it printed out is it's very easy to lose your place in the list. I mean, I do a pretty good job of that even though I've got live split open.
This is a road rage.
Just freestyle it.
Battle fought all over the city. Beat the takedown target before your car is totaled or you run out of time to receive a mark on your license.
Yeah, I could just use live split 1 on mobile. I thought the Pioneer was going to be there. Okay. I'll accept that. You can open up 1.livesplit.org in your browser. It's their kind of works everywhere version, but it doesn't have auto splitting. In 300 yards, turn left onto Blockade Run.
Those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we don't each have to follow the same list. We could even do different events if we wanted to. Look at me decidedly not crashing to end this one. I mean, USB is how you get most of the games installed. Or you log into Steam.
Race northeast to the waterfront plaza.
When I ran Soma in 2019, I installed it from the GOG launcher. Or the GOG installer from a USB stick. And then lost my USB stick in the venue. I wonder if anyone actually found my USB stick. It's a free copy of Soma if they did.
Look out for the Rossellini LM Classic driving around the streets. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Thing is, it's one of those like absolutely miniature USB sticks. Like the USB connector itself is like 3 times bigger than the storage bit. Where am I going? So it was very easy to misplace. You know, like mouse dongle kind of size. It still blows my mind that something that small can have like 256 gig on it. Like, storage is crazy small now. Just science fiction at this point. It's like micro SD cards, they go up to 1 terabyte now. They're like... You can fit 2 on the end of your finger. Yeah, the 616 just showing off what I shouldn't be doing in this run.
Race southwest to the Naval Yard.
off-road parking. Has my driving improved now that imaginary money is on the line? Don't worry, it won't last long.
Look out for the 100-man
I
hack
did,
driving
but
around the streets. If you
since
see it,
then
shut
it's
it
been a
down to
bit
add it to
better.
your car collection.
On the whole, I'm only at 7 crashes so far for this entire run. I get that that's still 7 more than your best, but... Am I at 8? Oh.
Jump, drift, boost. Let's see those combos. It's stunt run.
What did I crash for? Oh, for the end of Unconventional. Of course, that gate gave me more points. Oh, M.2 drives. I've not got a system that can take one. But man, it's like the size of a stick of gum and it goes up to like 8 terabytes now. And they're like bonkers fast.
In this event, you are the marked man.
Yeah, I mentioned the 1 terabyte SD cards.
Escape northeast
I've
to
got
the
a couple
Coast
half
Guard HQ
terabyte.
before the driver's chasing you, smash
Not
up
a
your
1
car.
terabyte one.
If you get there in one piece, you get a mark on your license.
Are you okay there? I think he might need some help. Another dark blue name that I can't read. That Jonesy? Yeah, like they're doing like 7 gig a second, and that's the PCIe Gen 4 cards. The Gen 5 stuff could be even more crazy. Yeah, am I reading that right as Jonesy?
The Class B driver's license is yours.
Or Jonesy
Quite an
9.
achievement, but you have some way to go to
I'm
be
not sure
one
how to
of Burnout's
interpret the
best.
3.
Events have been cleared. The Class A license is waiting for you. Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Carson Fastback has been delivered to your junkyard.
Well, Gen 5 NVMe is only just starting to come out, isn't it? I'm still on DDR3 and 4th Gen i7.
You are here.
Somehow it
Escape
copes.
northeast to the Coast Guard HQ before the driver's chasing you, smash up your car. If you get
I
there in
really
one
need to
piece,
replace
you
this
get a mark on
PC,
your
but
license.
money. the frame rate controls how fast races start. Nine. Oh, here you go, Jack. I was talking about this song on Sunday. Damn good one. Oh god, my car's taken off. Whee! Oh, that reminds me of the couple of times that I finished Burnout License and then, like, during the end cutscene, my Tempesta just flipped. I haven't got the marker command on the new bot. They never got used. Like, clipping it's just easy enough. So I used to diligently download the markers when they were created, but it's been months since then. No, mobile sucks. There you go, I made a clip. What am I doing? Alright, demo, good luck. I got kind of confused by your submission earlier because you submitted a Burnout license, but it was actually an A license. Oops, missed. I fixed it up, but I haven't actually verified it yet. This has gone completely off the rails at this point. I'm just going to do this and then come back. Ten. Ooh, that's a lot of time down the drain. Things always go down, go off the rails.
Grand Marais is now cruising around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat the target score.
Car won't go wee in a highlight reel. No, my clip button didn't work. Thanks, Stream Deck. Coma's having fun. That's the EP name I was forgetting. Burn With You.
ready to be the marked man. You are here. Head north to the country club, but avoid the other drivers out to get you.
I'm so used to bands like doing a self-titled EP when they come back from a hiatus or something that I kind of just internalized it as that. But obviously, Egypt Central's self-title is their original album, the red one. Do you mind? $12. Yeah, it's 12 now. Maybe. Because they did a crash end at the end of Elevation. No, at the end of Lighthouse Party.
Link those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
Alright, normal hang 10. That's the thing, with ESA, like, we could install Live Split on the system, but we're not going to see it because the game's going to be in full screen. At least for me it will be. 'Cause it's not dual monitor. It's always a good time to come back to Burnout Paradise. There's something about Paradise, especially if you play it online, that just never quite gets stale. 13. Weird window mode gremlin. I don't know how you play in windowed mode. Maybe it's just my age. If I played in windowed mode, I'd need glasses.
Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
You probably get better performance that way. That's how this game usually treats me. $144p.
Watch out for the Montgomery Hyperion as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut
Literally
it down
playing
and add it to your
16 by
collection.
9. 9p.
Race northwest to the country club.
One p. Yeah, anything could be happening. I wish this game had a modding API. Like just any kind of library that you can use to make stuff. There's texture mods, there's model mods. That's about it. Alright, strike out. I was worried for trying this route out because I thought it would have changed so much from the old one and I have to remember so many other junctions, but it's pretty much just strikeout, elevation, and blockade run. Everything else we've already done in other runs. There may be one or two others, but most of it. Yeah, it's the combination that's messing me up. Or the different routes within, like, stunt runs. Like, Hang 10 goes, like, 3 different ways now.
Race west to Lone Stallion Ranch.
Midway through A license with only 13 crashes isn't too bad. Tempest is still to come though. I was expecting to be 100 by now anyway. It's what, about a third of the way through the run? I get 24. Nah, I'm going over 25. I can be more openly suggestive about what I'll get now that the votes have closed. I was thinking that when I was saying it, but said it anyway. Still trying to financially recover from the last time. How much have you thrown on the pile? What's the odds? About 10k. That's like half your earnings.
Know where the stunts are around here?
Throwing 7k on. didn't really think about how to get off of here. No, no. The game's helping me. That doesn't help me. You lead to a ramp. Ugh.
The Krieger 616 Sport is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it,
And what if you're like
shut
a
it
year?
down to add it to your car collection.
There's an FFZ setting that will just auto-click them. I just had that turned on.
Race northeast to the Waterfront Plaza.
That sounds about right for Twitch to break something. How rich Jamie be if it worked? I didn't think. I mean, streetlights in the UK go red, yellow, green.
Jump, drift, boost.
Red, yellow,
See those
green.
combos.
Red
It's
and yellow.
stunt run.
Red. Yellow on its own is like get ready to go because you're already stopped. Red and yellow is get ready to stop. Like it's about to be red. Red and yellow means floor it. Yeah, for most people. Oh, is it the other way around? Can you tell I don't drive? Cal, do you need said monitor? Like, do you actually need it?
Race southwest to the Naval Yard.
Yeah, keep it that way then. I've honestly never cared about high refresh rate. Granted, I've never really experienced a high refresh rate monitor. I go for resolution over refresh. Once you go 240, you can't go back. It kind of irks me that, you know, with everything being like 30 FPS, 60 FPS, why the hell did the industry decide to go for 144 instead of 120? Again, it's a bigger number, but it just doesn't go cleanly into almost anything else. If you try and play 144 Hz content back on 60 Hz, you're gonna get micro stutters, aren't you? Yo, Ventilla, how you doing? 14? Or your monitor being 165? That's even worse! I'm doing well, thanks. I mean, 144 is at least divisible by 24, which only matters if you're playing on console. I do play shooters, I just don't play them competitively, so I don't need the frame advantage. You'd think for speedrunning I'd want a high refresh rate monitor, but I genuinely just don't care. I am fine with 60. Tell you what I do notice is the Chaos 15 FPS drop for Soma. Now that's a slideshow. If I bought a 144 Hz monitor, I'd probably just run it at 120. So that I know that my content's divisible by 30. I'd be wasting 24 FPS, but oh well. I guess it also stems from the monitors that I buy tend to be like studio and art monitors. Which, for the longest time, if you wanted high refresh rate, you had to go with a TN panel. Which meant that you gave up like the enhanced colors that IPS can do. But that's not the case now.
Race northwest to the country club.
Thing is, now I've gone to a 4K screen, I wouldn't go back. Not even for gaming, just for like being able to fit more on the screen and just genuinely nicer. It's nice for gaming as well because I don't have to run anti-aliasing and it still looks smooth as hell around the edges. Yeah, I couldn't go back from 3 displays now. I've got a 4K in the middle, and I've got a 16 by 10 1200p monitors either side.
Race southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Bribe Laura with sushi. Oh, bubble tea. Why not both? Oh yeah, I'm dreading, but slowly saving for a new PC. Everything is so expensive now. It actually went the right way.
Race southwest to the Naval Yard.
I'm still waiting to see whether Fractal Design put out an XL version of the North case. That case looks so nice, but it's just a little bit too small for the stuff I'd want to put in it. Like, it's so close to fitting things. A 240 AIO. Cal, have you seen the new stuff? Like, Intel 13th gen and the Ryzen 7000 stuff, like, you need a 360 rad, basically. Or if you want to go air cooling, you basically need the top level coolers.
Is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Especially on the Intel side, because it'll basically just go as fast as it can before it, like, almost burns. Like, it just rides its thermal limit all the time.
Race one-on-one north to the Country Club.
Damn it, Cloud. There you go, free speed for you. Oh my god, that reminds me of my housemate when I was at uni. He bought monitors with like HDMI and DVI inputs, and always ran them through a VGA cable with an adapter. Like, graphics cards didn't have VGA output, so he was using DVI or DisplayPort or HDMI to VGA, and then a VGA back to DVI to plug it into the monitor. It's like, the fuck are you doing? But he just liked it that way. People are indeed entitled to their wrong opinions.
Race one-on-one south to the Naval Yard.
I'm not risking them trying to get me. What am I at on the crash count? $14. Awesome.
Race east to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
No boost at the start. $15. I was distracted by the fact I didn't take the shortcut that I always take. I was, honest. Well, you get caught out because you drift around the corner and then you suddenly remember that there's a planter in there's like a pillar in the middle of the road that you suddenly have to account for. Yeah, it's definitely not an open corner.
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
Well, so far donating $15 to charity wouldn't be too bad. I guess I'm going this way now. ESA does their stuff in dollars, US dollars. He was trying a different strategy. They really don't like me.
Keep your eyes open for the Jensen P12 driving around Paradise City. If you see it,
I
shut it
can't get
down
my
and
head
add it to your
around
car collection.
dollar to pound conversion. I've only ever known it as pound to dollar. I always used to remember a pound being about $1.50. So I know at one point it was down to like 1.03. But no idea what it's at now.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
$124. That's not terrible. I mean, it does mean everything's more expensive for us, but meh. And if you ask Steam a few years ago, it was 1-to-1. By a few years ago, I mean probably like a decade ago. It's been a while since the whole $1 is £1 is €1 thing. Okay, all money is the same. Why can't we just have a one world currency? Actually, why even have money? Why can't we just go back to the barter system?
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
I am expecting a car at this junction. Eh, there was a car there. Thankfully, it had kind of moved on, though. Probably not, but that's still part of the problem. Back to blockade run after this. Nice if they revalue all money to the same. I mean, technically I'm a multi-billionaire. Just in Zimbabwean dollars.
Road rage. Battle across town against the other drivers. Beat the takedown.
Can't really show it now, but I do have 10 billion Zimbabwean dollars.
To receive a mark on your license.
Because why not? You have the 100 trillion. Aren't they like the super expensive collector's notes now? Dong caused you so many problems at testing in your last job. Did it fall foul of the language filters? Yeah, I think the 10 billion note cost me like a $5. Maybe like 6 months ago. Every number would go off screen. I need to get to avant-garde. $16. I think. Beat the road rule though. I went the wrong way again. I cannot read maps. I'm genuinely impressed I never got lost when I was out riding my bike.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
I mean, it's a meme to say that you've got one of the notes, but the currency doesn't actually exist anymore. It got replaced. So it's not actually worth anything. It is simply a cautionary tale. You look at me tracking progress. Do you actually still look at the link that I gave you? Because it does still work.
You are now a Class A driver, but to be recognized as a real Burnout driver, you need to show total domination of the roads of paradise. Are you good enough to win the Burnout driver's license? Celebrate upgrading your license with a new car. The Rossellini Tempesta has been delivered to your junkyard. Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
Nine crashes left. I mean, I'm only like halfway through the run, so plenty of time. Okay. 17. Didn't even really sideswipe me, I just kind of exploded. I'll have to factor it in as like a bit of a joke during the run if it does get in. Like if we're doing Burnout license, like I get to the end of A license and I just pull my phone out and just like worriedly check it, and then either Doots or Nim could just be like, "What are you doing?" It's like checking my bank account.
Free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it
Nim
down
voted
to add
2.
it to your car collection.
Nim had more hope than the rest of you. Only a little bit. Now, the last run was definitely an adventure in the art of crashing. But here we go, I have the Tempesta, so it could all start over.
Survive the drive southwest.
Yes, but Nim, you saw the last run. I think I crashed 50 times in Burnout License alone. Right, when I get back to the beach, can someone shout livery at me again? So I actually do it. Almost got T-boned. I'd be happy with 50 crashes. Actually, my driving is going to be even worse because I'm going to keep looking at your screen if we're on. Yeah. This is the wrong event. You saw nothing. Yeah, wasting a little bit of time doing this, but I have 20 seconds of possible time save, so it's fine. $18? Wrong event counts as 35 crashes. Yeah, how many am I at now? Live a Y. $18? Cool. Go fast, paint. Switch to Dream livery. Thanks, Split Notes. So I drive this way, right?
race south to the Wildcats baseball
I'm not
stadium.
going to crash with like 25. I'm not going to get like 25 crashes. It just isn't happening. It's not happening. I'll donate Nim's total as well. If we both came out, like that's if Nim even wants to do the challenge. You need to count how many you get in an average run, I guess. If you'd want to join me on the challenge and we both got a really low score, then we could both like donate our combined totals.
Chain your stunts together for maximum points. Get going.
Is that enough? Yes. Only just. $19. I mean, we'd have dudes on couch for keeping track. I was probably just going to get a bunch of like tokens or something and just like put them in a bucket next to me every time I crashed. As a pinch. Blame him if stuff goes wrong. Damn it, dudes, you've bankrupted me. Multiplies it by 2. Just catch him sneaking on in every now and then. Oh yeah, casually 4 minutes ahead. Just burn out things. Casually super PB.
The Carson Opus is now on the streets of Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Race northeast to the country club.
Bring a stack of tokens with the event names on them. How are you writing Tempesta Burning Route on a token? And reading that during the event? Also 90 tokens, potentially. But will you know that you're there? What if you miss the prompt that says 1 event remaining? Alright, with your shorthand. Show off. But if you're out of tokens, surely you're done, right? Just smack the button with 1 event left to go. Tempesta. Tempesta. Not again. The Tempesta Battle Royale. It's the 10 pastas all over again.
Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat the target score.
Now, yesterday Jamie was joking. Not yesterday. Sunday was Jamie was joking about 10 pasta. I could go for some of that. Isn't the Tempesta already Italian? Oh, even more Italian. The linguine tempesta. How many is that? 20. I'm losing time here. I need to go back for points. Is that enough? That's enough. It's clearly check. Ooh.
Race southeast to the waterfront plaza.
Don't do it. You did it. As the bot just diligently gets on with posting. Doing its job and doing it well. Say hi, bot. Or not.
Race
Say hi,
northwest to the
bot.
country club.
There it is. I forgot the command. I put a comma in before bot, so it needs a more pronounced pause. I should probably take that out. Ah! Yeah, it is a bit inconvenient. That's twice I've tried to show it off, but it's also twice that it hasn't responded the first time.
Race west to the wind farm.
So if you do it without the comma, I'm expecting the bot to just respond with, "Hi bot." I'm not having my bot make a dad joke. Almost took a one-way ticket back down the hill. Nim's more able to answer that. It's the route used for the ILs, I think.
Watch out for the Carson Annihilator as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down.
I don't know how much by.
Collection.
Wait a minute, when I tried Hard 4 instead of Torpedo Run, had I switched back to the Dream by then, or was I doing it in the regular Tempesta? It was after Roller Coaster that I switched, right? So I was in a slower car. Oh, come on. 21. Yeah, I don't know if I trust myself doing hard 4 in this, though.
You've already beaten this race on your current license, so this will be just a practice run. When you get your next license, you can try it again for another win.
Right, yeah. I reset the event a little too early.
Race east
Now I
to the
can't gain
naval
boost
yard.
until I start a new event. So I got a burnout, but it didn't fill my boost bar. I can do some more experimenting with hard fought in this livery, though.
Link those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
Just the docks route. Naval yard route. Plus the first stunt run. Stunt run? Super jump. I'm on a stunt run. Really? 22. Drive away. Just kind of impaled myself and almost did it again. The wrong way again. Trying not to get points. Still save time. Not the ideal route. Still.
Survive the drive north to the country club.
The game is being so gracious this run. Normally those would have both been crashes. I haven't even seen one of the shark cars. Benevolent speed gods. Yeah, now I've said that. Every time you do an event of any type, it gets harder. So those guys are going to hit even harder next time. And that was a short one. That was all me. 22?
Survive the drive southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
23. Oh boy. Sure. Vote number 1 could still win. It won't, but it could. Just a car upside down in the background.
Keep your eyes open for the Janssen X12 supercar driving around the streets. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Lowest number of crashes anyone's got? No idea. I'm only keeping track because Nim and I are possibly doing this as a race at ESA Marathon. And I might put in a donation for each crash that I get. I don't know if you're here for the original explanation.
Know where the stunts are around here? Prove it.
So I'm just roughly counting for this run just to see like what kind of bank account damage am I looking at. $24. Points? No? Fine. Thank you. I think that's enough. Yes. $25. One was 0 to 25.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
2 is 26 to 20 to 50. Win can no longer win. And what is even the point? No, I did it as 1 to 25. Because the final one is 101 plus. livery. If I go through one of the paint shops, will it ruin the livery? It shouldn't, right? Diary.
Jump, drift, boost. Let's see those combos. It's Stunt Run.
You think you'll be doing any more runs soon, Nim? Are you focusing on SADX? Okay, that's the bit that I worry about. Bonk. Not very soon. Okay. I'll see what happens, Jamie.
Race northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
I'm getting better at those stunt runs, though. It's just getting used to the routes. Oh god, awkward right turn. Casually 5 minutes up. Hey, I've still got falling down to do. It's not over till it's over. Actually 6 minutes, yeah? That's how time works. Look at me actually remembering to hydrate for once. Oh my god. Ah! 26. Yeah, now one's over. Rest in peace to the millions that voted one. Ma! Oh. And now the floodgates are open. You're fighting the number of voters in Zimbabwean dollars. Sure, we'll go with that.
Tano Toge Sport as you're free burning around Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection. Race 1-on-1 north to the Country Club.
You know what hasn't played in a long time? Jag's favorite track. Genuinely been a long time since I've had it come up. Good. It's the Imposter Tempesta. The Impesta. I mean, it literally is the Impasta.
Race 1-on-1 south to the Naval Yard.
I don't know. A couple more Mark to Man events to come up. And stunt runs. And the traffic's getting pretty nasty now. Oh. 28. I was distracted by your very message saying I could end the bet. You've done this to yourself. Self-sabotage.
Race east to the Wildcats.
I was half expecting to just see the message get deleted. Benevolent physics engine. That hill is never not worrying. It's a complete blind drop. You just have to kind of pick a lane and hope that there's nothing in that lane.
Race west to Lone Stallion Ranch.
I think the curb's pretty thin in that spot. Or there might be something sticking out in the wall. I could try clipping through things again. It hasn't proved particularly fruitful most times that I've tried. It only seems to work when I don't try. The curb demon. You say something like that in a marathon run and Doots would just run with it for like 10 minutes talking about the curb demon. Like, insane spontaneity.
Chain your stunts together for maximum points. Get going.
Alright, damn jump. Oop. Nice and simple. Works. Don't have to go crazy. Alright, done. To rescue me.
Survive the drive northeast to the Coast Guard HQ.
I mean, best possible, still 5 minutes off world record. But this is only my third time doing this route. You tried. How many is that now? 29? Yeah, we had 27 before. I can still see it in chat. I don't think anyone counted 28. off am I again?
The Hunter takedown 4x4
I like how we're just
is
all
now
slightly
cruising around
confusing each
Paradise
other.
City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Right, when I said didn't count it, I don't mean like no one noticed. I just mean that no one actually put it in chat as a marker.
Race
Counting is
southwest to
hard.
Lone Stallion Ranch.
I try to do as little of it as possible. That's why calculators were created. The classic pole. If you really want to appreciate it, you try reading chat while driving this fast. And trying to pay attention to the route. Oop. Using one on each. Oh god, I see falling down. Can I just not do falling down? Would that be okay? I need to fall down a lot.
Race northwest to the wind farm.
Ah, 31. I mean, I'm happy with falling down being at 230k, not 250. Makes it a little bit more comfortable. I still hate it. That's not your fault, it's just I hate it as an event. What's that gold wither crash? Falling through the world should count as at least 30 crashes. It can count as 2. One going through the map and one coming back out.
Find the stunts and rack up the multiplier to beat the target score.
I'm actually surprised at how easily it let me back in through the cliff face. It started to flip. Heckin' flip pester. That was enough, right? Yeah. 32, thank you. And lost 10 seconds because I just... I forgot to clip through the floor. Right, that goal is not being beaten.
Race south to Lone Stallion Ranch.
That's just something I love about this game, though, is that stupid moments like that have every chance of happening any run. Even, like, a marathon showing. It's incredibly unlikely, but, you know, if something like that happened at ESA, that would be insane. Why did I go this way? Run scrap, start over. 100-foot respawn drop. If only. Why am I flat spinning? This is a race, not a stunt run. It's the damn jump, I can't help myself. I think I missed out on the gold because of that.
Link those stunts, beat that score target. Time for a stunt run.
This is final stunt run, right? Yeah, cool. That wasn't a gold? Like, that was clean.
Survive the drive northeast to the waterfront plaza.
Press gang the last marksman? I've already done Safe Harbor. Cool. I'm almost out of hell. Yeah, I'll just do Spin City and Eastern Promise. Stampede.
The Carson 500 GT is now
Run to the Hills.
Paradise City. If you see it, shut it down to add it to your car collection.
Seeing Stars. That's always a fun one.
Survive the drive southwest to the Naval Yard.
It's almost like derusting is working. It's almost like not crashing is working. Yeah, I slowed down for that junction. I mean, this is run number 4 coming back. It wasn't just today. Oh my god. 32? 33. He just hits the pole. Good job, dude. Oh my god. Well. He was not happy. He tried to swipe me right as I came out of the gate. Yeah, 7 minutes is fine. In fact, I saved time. Life is good when your PB sucks. Oh my god. 35. Hi. No, no. Go away.
Race east to the
Life's good when you
Waterfront
crash. Thank you for the clip. Almost didn't see the park then. Thank you. Oh, why am I in here? You.
Race northwest to the country club.
One day I should do a run of this with one of those Tobii eye tracker things. I think I look around too fast for it to even keep track. Or just so you can see like where I'm looking. Like most of the time I'm not really looking where I'm going, I'm looking everywhere around to see what dangers are lurking. Trying to spot the corners and any cars that might be lurking around them.
Race southeast to the Wildcats baseball stadium.
Okay, dude. Curb demon. Always the curb demon. What's the curb demon? Honestly, I don't know. The demon of the curb. Ah, yes. I'm pretty sure the curbs can sometimes crash you, because physics. Because I used to have that problem where multiple times coming out of the baseball stadium, I just randomly crash. Even though I was hitting nothing. Wasn't even related to a curb crash. No idea then. Oh, you literally just made it up for that? I thought you were trying to remember back to like eons ago when we were running this. 36, thank you. Still golded. The stadium isn't fixed in the remaster version? I don't know. It only ever happened to me on the OG version in the Tempesta. No other car had the problem, and then we ended up rerouting the game to the point where we don't actually go through there at all, really. Usually, if I'm going through the baseball stadium, it means I've screwed up somewhere else.
Race northeast to the waterfront plaza.
I did go through it. It doesn't happen every single time. But I noticed that it did happen going north to south. That it would occasionally do it. But only in the Tempesta. And only sometimes. Alright, one more event. Like it does anything. I know I was paying attention anyway. Yeah, you get the indicator at the top of the screen and the card does actually indicate when it's going to turn. Oh my god, why am I here? Game thought it was being funny.
Get ready for a burning route. You are here. Race southwest to the naval yard. Beat the target time.
So yeah, it's 36 crashes, so unless I crash another, what, 14 times? I think Nim's won. Actually, no, 15 times, because it would have to be 51. I'd be okay spending $36. You hope. It's just like 2 or 3 less trips to max. Crashed across the finish. 37. Yeah, that's how a wheel usually looks after crashing.
You earned your Burnout driver's license and won a new car, but the ride isn't over yet. Complete
Thanks
all
for the
events
GGs.
in Paradise City to earn the Burnout Elite driver's license.
Ah, okay. That's a time I'm happier with, so I'll get this uploaded tomorrow. I think Gold crashed twice. Well, that was one crash and a really weird like getting to the event because I rolled like really far after the previous one. Yeah, I mean, can't shrug at 7.5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a quick ride through the baseball stadium just to see if I can crash. Now that it's been brought up. Yeah, it's still like really rough around the edges. The stunt runs weren't particularly good. So there's definitely time I can pull off for those. I don't know, 5 minutes behind record at the moment, unless Demo's already gone and beaten it. I know he's playing at the moment. It's right there that usually crashes. It was okay this time. Might just be when you're going at like full speed. Or maybe they just fixed it in this version. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to look at off-road parking. I forgot about that when I was looking earlier. Yeah, this is a bit fun. Sum of best. Stop my recording. 2:22:30. That one doesn't count. I'm not on the clock anymore. So that was 30. Was that 37 or 38? Was it 37 when I crossed the line, or was that before? 37. Yeah, $37 I can do. Like, if it was closer to 100, then I'd be sort of second guessing whether it's a good idea, but nah, I can do that. I usually end up throwing about that much on in like bits or Whenever they do the crowd control stuff, I usually throw a bunch of money into that. Yeah, I'm making it harder for myself just because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, so I'm just kind of throwing as much as I can in just to make sure that I get the points. Is Demo still streaming? Because that is going to be me done for tonight. So thank you all for watching. I'm going to raid Demo if I can find Twitch. Predictions. Prediction. Yeah, choose outcome. It was the 26 to 50. There you go, Nim, have all the money. Is he streaming under Paradise or Remastered? No, he's streaming under Remastered. Twitch, please work for me. Right, yeah, Demo's doing more of the same. Probably going to beat this time, so feel free to go and say hello. And I will be back probably Saturday, Sunday, if not maybe earlier. Depends what work's doing. So yeah, thank you for stopping by, and good night.